Hello once again. How are we doing, chat? What's good in the hood? For me? Well, it's Friday. That is always a big plus. It was definitely a bit of a slow day. Like just trying to get through it. But it was good. Oh, good morning, Shadow. I completely forgot you're on break, aren't you? So glad. How are you finding your time off? Rejuvenating? Renewing? All of the above? For those keeping score at home, still haven't heard anything about the job. Still waiting. I'm now just a little bit concerned about actually like contacting them, like continuing to contact them, because it's like, you know, am I being too eager? Yes, I think I am. Thank you. I think I am. It definitely was a bit touch and go here and there last week, and a little bit towards the beginning of this week as well. But now, no, I think I'm fully over it, which is good because it was not pleasant. Maybe. I don't know if it's because of this or something else, but I know that gluten intolerance. Like I learned this during the whole pandemic situation we've had. That gluten intolerance is a bit of a immunocompromised condition. So I do wonder how much of like colds and flus they affect me quite badly, and how much of that is because of my gluten intolerance, and how much is other things. But you never know. I wouldn't say I've got particularly strong genes in terms of immune resistance. I lived with a roommate a couple of years ago for 3 years, and he got sick maybe once the entire time. I think I got sick like almost at least once a year. So I definitely do not have strong fox genes in terms of like not getting ill. If anything, the opposite. I I do have a tendency to get ill quite not easily, maybe easily, particularly when it comes to like colds and flus. Yeah, well, that's right. Like, there's a lot of people that, for some reason, can um, just tank it, you know. And whilst the average person would kick the bucket at like, I don't know, 50 or 60 because of the smoking, sometimes it's just you just power through it. That said, that cough, I want to check that out though, because coughing as a smoker probably not a great sign of things. Never a good indicator, but I feel like as a smoker in particular, not a great one. I mean, I guess as long as there's not blood, that's the important part. As long as you're not coughing up blood. I mean, it's gonna have to eventually, right? You can't keep rolling those dice and coming up on top. That's a lot of cigs. What's that? 2 pack? I honestly don't know how many is in a pack now that I think about it. So I think it's a 10 or a 20, right? That sounds like a normal 20. A lot of SIGs. I mean, obviously I'm not a smoker, but I don't know what I'd do with my, like, how I'd fit that into my day. Smoking 40 cigarettes. I don't know. I feel like that's, I really have to like budget out the time. But more importantly, Shadow, what is your plan for the day? Now that you've got the full day ahead of you, with nary a truck in sight that needs to be driven, no packages that need to be delivered, what are we doing? Outside of, obviously, enjoying your favorite Twitch content. I, of course, have finished work. It is basically 8:20 over here. And I am already looking forward to going to bed and sleeping in. Now, I didn't get the evolution last week, primarily because I don't care. And I also heard it was not a great car in terms of upgrades. Modern Mazda MX-5. Okay. Yeah, I heard it really wasn't that great.
Welcome back, comrade.
Why are you playing Silly Buggers? Why can't I see what the cars are? What qualifies as modern? That's all I want to know. I just want to know what qualifies as modern. Is it the most recent one, or just like this side of the 21st century? This is a lot of MX-5s. Is that modern? I mean, it's the most modern, so it probably counts. Oh, what the hell? Let's just get in the most modern one. Better safe than sorry. Now I just need to remember what the numbers were that we were allowed to hit. Yeah, I heard that the engine wasn't that great to upgrade, and it was just kind of basically. Damn. Those are some nice apples. There's some really nice apples, like 9th to 1st, that's amazing. I'm going to assume it's an on-road race. Even better. Okay, we've made it thick. Oh, I just noticed it's got 4 studs on the stock wheel. That's interesting. It wasn't until relatively recently that I noticed that cars don't always have 5 screw-ins. I don't know how I hadn't noticed that beforehand, but I hadn't. Handling is key. Thank you. It is always useful having your insight, Shadow, as like a reconnaissance. We could go for a spoiler. No, we'll keep that a bit up our sleeve, just in case. Unfortunately, that means nothing to me because I can never remember the names of the races. So I appreciate the effort in trying to tell me what it is. Wait, hold on. What engine do we have? 4-cylinder. What engine can we have? We could have a straight 6. And that does sound tempting. Both audially and like just in terms of the Start, finish straight. The thing is, as soon as I actually get on the track, right, I mean, I can't imagine there's much to take out of the car to actually reduce the weight. But given the top speed we've got, we can afford to put a spoiler on and cut it off just a little bit. And is that 5 PI? Yes. This stock sounds nice. Why are we always getting mic crackle? Oh, I'm just gonna unplug it and plug it back in. Is the mic turning back on? There we go. How's that? It's been a full time at Jow HU for a while now. Thank you for pointing it out. 1.9 lateral G. Or what is okay, let's try plug this. Digital audio interface. It does. It really does. I've mentioned that I'm debating what to do in terms of like going forward with tech stuff. Whether I keep trying to... Okay, that's a lot better, right? Keep trying to work through the 2 PC setup we got going on here, or try and go for like a single PC setup. So in theory, just make it a bit more simple. Have it all on the one computer. But then it's probably asking a lot of that computer to do all of it at once, so... Slam you in air quotes to the ground. If I was going to put it all on one computer, I would. Because I'd be asking it to play things like, you know, Control, Alan Wake 2. Pretty new games. Maybe not necessarily at like the highest graphics, but I wouldn't mind it to be at relatively high graphics. Whilst also... Hold on, let me just turn off the blue light filter. Whilst also, you know, running a 3D model when I eventually get around to adding that in. Chat commands, OBS. Color do we want? Yeah, it's all taxing. What about like a cherry blossom kind of color? That could be an interesting choice. But I'm trying to think what color... Like, what color is Japan? Japan is obviously red and white. That's the flag. I don't particularly want to do red. That's a bit too basic. Not particularly a big fan of white, I don't think, for this car either. Maybe, I think Cherry Blossom. I think it's probably more that one. That one? I mean, it's a bit of a much for muchness, isn't it? Let's carbon these up. Black or white? White. Dow Racing green. We can change the tint on the windows we cannot see. All right, let's get some vinyls on this bad boy. So we've got a new waifu, the Horizon Flame. That's a lot of Horizon Flames. I think we want to start with, like, let's start national like we always do. Let's start with Japan. Yeah, I do notice that sometimes playing through this, the AI is just like really aggressive on some weeks, and some weeks, in theory, it's like the same AI because you're always playing against, what is it, like expert or whatever it is, difficulty. But some weeks they just hit different. Was it by your arch nemesis, what's her face? That AI that seems to hate you? Oi, we're car racing here. Hey, I'm Shadow. Hey, watch where you're driving, huh? I think Cherry Blossom, actually. Well, we nailed the Cherry Blossom color, as it turned out. Maybe a bit too closely. I might just make it a shade lighter. Just so if I put Cherry Blossoms on it like that, it actually turns up. But part of what I'm going to do tomorrow, just going back to my computer excitement, is definitely looking at different options, at least for the time being, of getting it from the game computer to the stream computer. Because, I mean, the last time I tried it was the, what was it? Star Wars Jedi Survivor stream. Clearly something went wrong there with the capture or whatever, with the game, with the OBS crashing all the damn time. So I want to see if I can make that better. No, it didn't, and I don't know why. Like, I mean, maybe I was being a little bit ambitious with the ray tracing, but I wouldn't say I was expecting too much of it. You know what? Maybe white would have been the go. Maybe white would be the go. They are just kind of going a bit pretty tonight, I think. Just judging from how we're doing. What happens if we just search pretty? Yeah, I do wonder... Oh, yeah, that's right. We're out of sync, too. Yeah, so I don't know. Something was funky that night. So I need to try and... Like, tomorrow's going to be a rough one for me, just in terms of, like, budgeting time. Because I want to, A, sleep in, and B, just look at other options for this situation we got going on here. That is pretty, but not quite what I'm looking for. That's the lesbian flag? It'll mostly be downloading OBS plugins and trying things out. But there's only so much I can do, I guess. I could really only set it up and then... I guess I'd have to do like test streams during the day. Yeah, trial and error. Because it needs to kind of have that... Because the plugins that I've used, the one I'm using currently is one called Teleport. And basically what that does is instead of sending it through an HDMI cable to a capture card, it sends it via the internet, via the Ethernet cord, to the other computer. So I'm wondering if sending that, as well as sending the Twitch traffic out, is maybe a bit much for the whole kind of network to deal with. I don't know. I mean, let's just go to old reliable. Nothing particularly jumping out at me. The trouble is I don't actually quite know what I'm looking for in this car in terms of the design of the stickers. There's a lot of Paw Patrol stuff, actually, now you're pointing out. It's interesting that the Paw Patrol people do get a pass when it comes to the ACAP. Also, how much space do we have to work with? Not an enormous amount. I wonder if I take this more in like a professional way. We just kind of try and do it properly. Number board, that's what it was. Thank you. Yeah, like, have that next to the cherry blossom. Yeah, maybe. That's not a bad idea. Maybe that one? What other options do we have here? Yeah, I think that one's a goer. Make it a little bit smaller than that. We'll just put it there-ish. I'm going to do something that I know will be probably illegal in terms of racing. I'll put the stuff in front of... I'll put the cherry blossoms in front of the numbers and the letters. I could have... I guess I didn't put it in capitals. That's my fault. I just figured because I was in the capitals lettering, it would have been in all caps. And the birth year. It's a good erasing number as any. Oh, we pretty much nailed that sizing. Look at that. I think the only thing I might do, though, is get a box. So it's not the orange and white. I go here. I guess I have to go here, place it, copy it, and then insert it. Not there. There. Like that. And if we can come in here, cut that, and put that on top. I was like, probably not legal. It does look pretty cool. I wonder if we can have a look at like cherry. Is there anything else in there? That's a frangipani. That's the one we got. That's slightly more intricate, I think. I think ultimately the one we got is probably the better one. Again, is there one for the bonnet, perhaps? What's this one like? Obviously at a slightly smaller scale. And we're back. Welcome on back. Yeah, that was facing the wrong way. Yeah, something like that. Oh, yeah. Did I do your car justice? I mean, in the shots that I could get when you went too far ahead? Didn't do that. I didn't mean to do that either. Excellent. Going on here, I probably need to rotate it more. Something like that. That's the side. I think it looks pretty good, actually. "25 inches. Wowzers. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. I mean, it did very well for itself. They have a very good account for Mercedes and for its owner, you. The smoke machine. Yeah, it was pretty smoky. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't expect anything less from an AMG, right? I realized that the town is this way. And I need to try and see how we go in the corners.
In 400 meters.
There is something very nice. I was just about to say it myself.
Turn right.
I was going to say we probably sound better than the other people will.
In 400 meters. Turn left. Turn left. In 200 meters. Turn right. Turn right. In 400 meters. Turn left. Turn left. In 400 meters. Turn
I definitely
left.
do find that I do a lot more of a handling build 9 times out of 10 than a power
Turn
build.
right.
We could do with a little bit a stiffer rear end. Well, I mean, it clearly did well for you, going from 9th to 1st.
You have arrived at your destination.
Oop. Get over it, Gallant. I think you mispronounced pure talent, Shadow. A touch of stream delay with the sound effects. No! Okay. Don't know why that is. So we're going to close it and reopen it. Nice indicator, idiot. I have. It'd just be a lot of work. It'd basically be an orange background. Maybe in a gradient, maybe not. And then just be a lot of random, in air quotes, black bars being put on it. Come on, what's going on here? Oh, are we too low to actually make it off of that? I think we may have been. Nothing a judicious application of the throttle can't fix. Yeah, if in doubt, power! I thought I had a diff lock on. Like, in theory, it should have diffed. Like, it must have been more than 20% of a difference, right? I also think we can afford to make that. Oh yeah, where it is just 1-to-1. Yeah. We can afford to make this a bit higher. To be careful with these high gutters around the place. Well, let's do this ding-dang thing, huh? Ooh, nice. For some reason, I read that as I was at the supercar yesterday at first. Okay, that's a weird place to be. Not really a location. I'm trying to think the most recent cool car I saw. Can't really think of one. Been a pretty quiet week for car spotting, I think. Classic. I mean, that is classic JDM. Doesn't, well, I mean, yeah. A Liberty Walk would be just the cream on top, right? The MX-5 from '94 is not a modern MX-5. Come on. Just say all MX-5s at that point. I mean, there's a reason. Wow, we're the only ones that really did anything to it, visually at least. There's a reason they're so like common as like cars that car people have. Ah, this one. Yeah, everyone else thought the same thing. They were like, "Oh, we better get the 16 one because that's the most recent one." Yeah, they've definitely had a turnaround in terms of public opinion. The roll cage could have been a good idea, actually. From like a purely practical standpoint and vehicle safety. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the people who really consider that are just not really even worth paying attention to for the most part. I mean, outside of it being a mildly interesting fact that for some reason a lot of lesbians buy Subarus, or the Jeep Wrangler used to be a very gay car, doesn't really matter if you want to get one. And the thing is, like a properly driven and or tuned, even relatively stock MX-5 would probably smoke quite a few more expensive, more air quotes manly cars in anything but a straight line race. Also, big ups to Shadow. Thank you so much for the heads up, as that this was going to be a handling course. I think we can see the dividends paying off. I can't remember. Oh, it's probably. I think it was a 94, or at least maybe an 05. But there was a guy at church who had a MX5. He's left church probably 5 years ago now, before the pandemic. And I was like, that's a cool car. Okay, let's hope this Czech guy behind me doesn't break out the knives or whatever and try and murderize me. I mean, that's definitely one advantage that you and I have, is that we drive on the same side as Japan, so we can import things quite a bit easier in terms of the actual driving logistics, even though it is quite a fair way for you. I'm squeezing that accelerator trigger as hard as I can. Damn! That was a pretty tight battle at the end there too. That was just straight up a good race. I did. Damn it. I was worried that my... Oh, wait, what's happened here? Oh, because someone dropped out. Perfect. That's fine. We can make that work. It's still a W for the team. There's your boy. Well, I'm just surprised at how nice that car was to actually drive. That was just really nice. It really did. I think it was partly because I also spent that couple of minutes driving around the town and just getting kind of used to how the car, you know, drives, as well as tuning it a bit better. So I think between those two kind of factors, it was time very much well spent. And that has resulted in a better kind of understanding of the car, as well as just a better car, full stop. Also, that straight six is a fantastic addition. Ow. Not a great start. That's a weird horn. Oh, that was such a lovely corner. We used all the road there. Oh, okay. That might actually be worth having a look at then. That sounds pretty straightforward. I don't think we're going to get a first place this time. But ultimately the team is going to win. That's the important part. Yeah, podium is a podium. Like, it's nothing to sneeze at. And just between you, me, and the gatepost, I like silver better as a medal than gold. I never quite liked the color of gold, I guess. Oh yeah, I mean, a podium's a podium, as you said, and it's always nice to get on there. Well, it's a bit beaten up, but second place. That was a weird noise. I mean, the dream is always to try and beat just as many of the AI as you can. I do like the cone. I don't think I've seen that outfit before, the traffic cone one. I've got about 250 kilowatts. And about 350 Newton meters. Not bad. I mean, it was clearly enough. It did the job. What's in the shop? Not too fussed about that. Yeah, well, I had to make up for my lack of just raw skill. What was the cover cars? Well, let's start with GT and Super GTs. With a bit of just straight up power, baby. You know?
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Wish there was a way you could put a rear view mirror at the top of the screen in this game outside of going into the cockpit. Because it could have been very useful in that race, trying to see where in that first race, trying to see where that fella was behind me.
sharp right.
Yeah, and I think one of the not the GTAs, one of the
Turn
Need for
sharp right.
Speed games I think that I've played recently had it. And that was quite useful for that very reason. Yeah, Midnight Club had it. I've never actually played Ridge Racer. I remember hearing about it, I want to say on the PSP. Was the first time I heard about it, I think. But I think that it might also be like the last game in the Ridge Racer series, or pretty close to it.
You have arrived early, but the next Horizon arcade event will begin shortly.
Not if I've got anything to do with it.
You have arrived at your destination.
What can we drive? We've got the DBS. That could be a good choice. Otherwise, there's the F-Type and the Gran Turismo. I think the DBS might be the go. Because it's better acceleration than the Vantage. And better handling as well. And it's got a better top speed than the DB11. Go the DBS. Angels and Devil class cars. I mean, you can't really go too wrong. Look at all these peasants with spoilers on the back. What a bunch of losers. Well, speaking of which, we'll be heading back to CMS tomorrow. I realize that Wolf is probably on the camp he was talking about, but I figured he's been asking for it for a while. We should have a look at CMS at some point. I also, I guess by virtue of remembering that CMS existed, discovered that they have a lot of new DLC that I haven't acquired, and I don't know if I will. The BMW DLC could be interesting. Get that E36, E46 straight six. Oh, balls. Yes, yeah, and I just saw that too. Which I feel is perfect for a car mechanic game, having a Dodge or a Jeep one, because from the little I know about those car brands, they're not the best made cars, mechanically speaking. So it is appropriate that they're in a Dodge or a Jeep game. Sorry, they're in a car mechanic game, Dodge or Jeep. When is Confuzzled again? You mentioned it on Wednesday, but I can't remember what the dates were. Like late May, right? '24th to 28th. I mean, that works out quite well, because that's the... for you, that's the weekend that I'm on a Bible study weekend away, so there won't be any streams that weekend. But you don't have to worry about missing out on anything. Perfect. So you're going to celebrate it a day early? Or are you just going to kind of like quietly enjoy it? Maybe the V12 Vantage would have been a good choice because it is a bit of a better top speed. Why not? Have a Birmingham birthday. From Birmingham birthday booze. I don't know if you've seen on Twitter, just kind of related to this. There was a bit of drama, well, a little bit of drama coming out of the FWA event, the Furry Weekend Atlanta, with Bon Voyage, a cosplayer of Bon Voyage, pointing a realistic looking assault rifle down at the lobby. No one was, as far as I know, particularly concerned, but it wasn't a great look. But it did cause them to put out a statement clarifying that going forward, realistic military attire and whatever, and or military props will not be permitted at these events. And I saw a furry comment on it, and part of his thing was also about LARPing as just like military LARPing in general, and that has made me think about the whole kind of, I don't know, vibe of this channel, I guess, or at least vibe of Jow. Like, do I need to have any kind of credentials to have my Sona be of a military background? Maybe. Should I? Maybe. I mean, I'm not exactly pretending to have stolen valor or anything. Yeah. I mean, I was having a similar, well, a mildly similar kind of discussion in my head when I was trying to finalize the colors for Jow early on. Because as I've mentioned, I am a melanin deficient individual. I'm definitely not a black man by any stretch. If you confuse me as a black individual, you would need to have your eyes checked immediately. So I was a little bit concerned going for a predominantly darker colored Sona, just because I didn't know, and frankly still don't, if there is any etiquette around that. Like, is it kosher, for lack of a better term, to, well, not quite blackface as a Sona, but have a, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but is there a sort of element of cultural appropriation or racial appropriation in terms of Sona coloration and stuff like that? Because ultimately, I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable or like feel like I'm putting them down or anything. I'm gonna turn on the fan real quick. Ciao. I mean, ultimately, that's what I came to. As you've probably noticed, that's the color of Jow. Orange and black is the Jow color and the channel color, for that matter. Principally because I really quite find the melanistic fox just a fascinating creature. Like, melanism is a fascinating condition because it's something that you don't really hear about, like the opposite of albinoism is basically what it is, where albinoism is a lack of pigment or melanin. Almost a total lack in some cases. Melanism is the opposite. Too much pigment or melanin. I don't know if it happens in humans though. That I don't know. I've seen it in like foxes, obviously. I think maybe it was lions or something like that, and zebras. I think it was principally because I was going to... I mean, it's a bit different when you are, I guess, making a fursuit in private or making a fursuit for private. I wanted to be very careful about Zhao in terms of color and depiction, what have you, because I was kind of making Zhao basically to throw him into the deep end in terms of public exposure, right? Zhao exists to be here, be on Twitch, be on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter. That is his principal reason for existing, to allow me to, through him, exist on these various platforms. I mean, so far, people have only been flattering, to be honest, when it comes to Zhao. I mean, that's probably because people are just polite, and if they don't like it, they're just, you know, their mother raised them well, so they're just not going to say anything. But the only comments I've had is, Zhao is adorable, like this one here, and there was I saw one, because I try and make a point of trying to save them all. I got followed by only follows cute furries on Twitter. And I think also only follows cute furries on Twitch too. So big W's in both columns there. I mean, I can't really take too much credit for it, to be honest. It's a lot of, I really have to give a lot of the credit to the people over at Hero Forge, the character designers over there, because ultimately it's their meshes, their 3D models that are getting the compliments. I just decided to make part of it orange, as opposed to all black. I need to, I mean, that's the, obviously we've seen, and I hope to deploy soon properly, Zhao 2.0. But ideally, I would like to move on to a Zhao 3.0 fairly quickly, with Zhao 3.0 being some sort of more custom thing rather than a edited out-of-the-box solution. Which, of course, comes back to getting that damn ref sheet together. But also it comes back to getting a job, a better paying job. that allows one to make these financial decisions. That'll be the, like, in theory, Jiao 2.0. Jiao 2.0 is based off of the Julie Winterpaw masculine canine. I think that's the full name of it. So I think in theory it wouldn't be overly difficult to throw him into VR chat. But yes, I would like to maintain that capability with a Jiao 3.0 as well. Because whether it's doing collabs or even a VR thing on my own or whatever, I would like to have the ability, or the option at least, to do that. Well, that's the other thing. There are a lot of, as long as it's in Blender, you can do a lot of things. So I do feel like it'll be a lot more difficult. You can get a much better result out of it. Like if you played your cards right, you could even have, you know, proper fur and stuff like that on Jiao. Like you can make it really legit. But there is something very easy, or maybe I've just gotten used to it, about using the Hero Forge system just to kind of, you know, move the arms around a little bit, get the right hands, facial expression, get the eyes looking in the right direction, take the photo, take it into Affinity Photo or Photoshop, and edit it around. And it looks good enough. I mean, it's all a matter of time, but I would love to learn Blender and have a nice Jiao model in Blender, and be able to like do little short animatics or something like that, you know. I'm still very proud of those ones too. The one thing I'm disappointed in myself about is that I didn't remember that Jiao had a tail, and I meant to try and fix that up for the final GTA stream, but ultimately I didn't. I'm still tempted to try and fix that up and just kind of, I don't know, upload a fixed version somewhere. I am tempted to go back to like GTA 4 at some point, maybe with a Chaos mod, or I've seen a lot of people playing around with, I don't know if it's a mod is the right word, but basically all the pedestrian cars' speeds have been multiplied by like 1,000%. So it just makes everything a lot more difficult. And if I did go back to GTA 5, or even earlier, if we had a look at like San Andreas or something, I'd ideally try and do the same thing again. With the somewhat static background and a Jiao sonar, basically, moving over the top. I'd also really like to have a look, either on stream or otherwise, at GTA Chinatown Wars. The one that originally came out on the DS. I feel like I remember hearing good things about that, but I never actually played it. The front of our car is in surprisingly good condition. I've played a little bit of GTA 3. I think I played that when I was in year 6. Oh, look at these DBSs letting down the team. Yeah, I have been meaning to try and update this photo here. I think we can do a lot better. Oh, well done. I didn't even notice that. Well done, you. Insomniac did not do well at all. Last place. That's going to be the first and last time that I've beaten Rin in a race. Nice, a Monaro. Yeah, we'll hold on to that. You never know when you need another Monaro. Okay. Let's do some cover car racing. Let's get over there quickly. Yeah, I have been meaning to update the old photo for the cover car. I don't know.
400 meters. Turn left.
So
Turn left.
I honestly don't know or can't remember what the one for Horizon 1 was. But it was, for the ones I can remember, it was the Lamborghini Huracan, Centenario, McLaren Senna. Oh, the Viper. Okay. And it was just a McLaren Senna, wasn't it? It wasn't like a twofer. Like this one, which is the Ford Bronco or the AMG one. Oh, they include Motorsport. Okay. Well, then there's the McLaren P1. I think that's Motorsport 5.
400 meters. Turn left. Turn left.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That was 7? Was 7 the GT3? Of course, there's the Ford GT for Motorsport 6. Yeah, that's what these championships are for me as well. Kind of rush down memory lane of what I've built previously. I can't remember what I built the DBS for, but turns out I built it pretty well. Damn, those are good brakes.
Recalculating route. At the roundabout, take the second exit. 100 meters, you will arrive at your destination. You have arrived at your destination.
Okay, what cars do I have in this category? I know not. Corvette E-Ray. I guess that's the new Forza Motorsport. The R8 must be an older Forza Motorsport. There's Horizon 1. Not a bad choice. Oh, that was Motorsport 4, right? The 458. The GT is also a good choice. Forza Motorsport 4, okay. I think the Centenario, because it is baller. I've got a soft spot for the Centenario. I just like Lamborghinis in general, as you know. I'm a Volkswagen Motor Group simp. Huh? That's a lot less exciting than I thought it would be. Didn't one of the early ones have like a skyline or something on the front cover? I don't really think I knew Forza Motorsport existed until probably about Forza Motorsport 4. And I think that's only because I think it was Motorsport 4. Maybe Motorsport 3. Maybe it was, no, I think it was 4. Which had the Kanye West No One Man Should Have All That Power for the trailer. That was pretty bitchin'. I just like the trailer, the song. That was the first time I encountered that song. And I think that's the only reason I knew about the game. I knew about Motorsport 5 because at that point I was becoming more of a Microsoft simp because of the Windows Phone or whatever. And the Xbox One was coming out, so I knew about kind of the launch titles and what have you. There goes that wing mirror. I mean, it's a good song. He's turned out to be a terrible person. I haven't really listened to much of his new music, even before he became a Nazi. But the older Kanye stuff, pretty good. I don't think that's a especially controversial statement. I'm gonna teleport to the outpost and see if we can't make this car a little bit better. Flavor Flav. Is that the guy with the clock around his neck? I think it might be. I'll make things a little bit less yellow. The just straight up face ones actually made a bit of sense on this. I didn't want that. I wanted that one. My mistake. Wow, that's a good front splitter. Bit of that out. Ooh, that really tanks the top speed, huh? That'll do. I want to see if we can't paint it a different color though. By that, I didn't mean custom upgrade, I meant design and paint. Okay, so I can paint that a different color. What's the third group? Oh, it's the arches? Okay, weird. Well, we can make this work. Question is, do we want to do black on top or orange? We could do it this way. I don't think that looks as good. I have a suspicion that black on top will look better. Maybe a metallic black in particular? I don't want to save the livery, I want to try and save the color actually. Shiny carbon. That could be interesting actually. Wonder if we can change the tires? Get rid of that silly yellow line. This car seems lower than I remember, it says Shadow. Get rid of that silly yellow line on the wheel. We're going to be cooking with gas. Look, I'll tolerate that. Oop, didn't want to do that. I do just want to jump back into the paint shop real quick. .8 and .11. That's better. Okay, this is pretty Jow-esque. Pretty Jow core, I think. Yeah, damn. Damn. That stance, though.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I do need to get more cars that have kind of the brand colors going on.
400 meters. You will arrive at your...
Oh, we did also do some stuff. 8 centimeters. Damn. Let's just like basically nuke that. Stock gearbox it gives us a higher top speed, but a slightly lower acceleration. So the top speed with the stock gearbox is 8.3. And with any of the race gearbox, it's only a 6. Now, how much of that can be changed in tuning, I am not talented enough to tell you, but probably enough that it doesn't count or doesn't matter too much, so we might have a look at that next. Because it does give you a 10 acceleration and launch. So it's by no means the end of the world. That looks so much better. Yeah, maybe I should have a look at it again. I should have actually just put it on and seen what it did in the tuning menu. I'm not a huge fan of the whole kind of blacked out cars thing, but I think a Lamborghini, particularly these ones, blacked out is how you should do it. Just because it looks so much like a stealth bomber. That and the Reventon. You've got to lean into that F-117, sorry, stealth bomber aesthetic. What's up? I would find it hilarious if, for whatever reason, the Peel Corporation, as in the Peel P50, released a new car like the Peel P70. Maybe it's an electric version or something like that. And the boys and girls down at Turn 10 made that the cover car for the next Horizon game or whatever. Yes, I remember that actually. I remember someone was trying to order one and it didn't work out for some reason. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard. You just get one of those like Ryobi screwdriver batteries and you've basically powered your the Peel P50, I would imagine. Well, you'd probably get there just as quickly, I think. And honestly, it would be better for the environment if you did than take the electric Peel. Thank you, Anna. Very cool.
400 meters. Turn left. Turn left.
I need to look that up, but surely someone has like LS swapped or something a Peel just for the absolute lols.
Turn sharp right.
I mean, at that point, it'd be more engine than car.
In 400 meters.
Well, I mean, that's a start.
Destination.
With the Peel, you could always do like a cab over design and just put the cab on top of the LS engine. Which would probably be better. It wouldn't affect things too much because almost all of the weight would be close to the ground. It'd just be you. So if you were doing racing, you'd want to have like a jockey, a very lightweight individual in the cockpit. I forgot to check the gearbox. Oops. I mean, out of the two, if I had to make a choice, I would definitely go for an Isetta over a Peel, if only because you could, in theory, take a passenger with you. The Bond bug, as in like the Volkswagen bug? That happened to be in a James Bond film, or is it an actual car called Bond bug? Oh. Okay. I put it in the chat probably over a year ago at this point, but there's also a European, I think, it might be Chinese, kind of electric Isetta, but made for the modern world. It's just that the only reason I say Isetta is because you get in through the front of the car like an Isetta would. It does seem pretty cool. I do wonder if the reason that car comes in orange, bright orange or highlighted green is for safety reasons. It's like high vis jacket kind of stuff, you know? Thank you, sir. Oh, this thing. Yes, yes, I know this thing. Okay, that's the engine right there. Okay, that's not as ideal. I imagine it would be more difficult, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to be better having 2 steering wheels than it is 1. Can't imagine it's good for conversation, though. Okay, we got the RSR. That's right. I knew I remembered it from somewhere. Just couldn't, for the life of me, remember where that was. What was I looking to do? Let's do some event lab stuff. Let's go to the event lab island first. I knew I recognized it from somewhere. Like, it wouldn't work for the Peel, not the Peel, for the Reliant Robin, having the rear drive wheel in the middle. But it would work for the Bond bug, though. Because you're just moving people, and that's all that can fit in that car. Okay. Very specific choice of car in this event lab. No. But then again, I have a sneaking suspicion that just driving down to the shops will feel like a road trip in a Peel P50. You could. You'd want it to be like a powered trailer, though, I think, for the Peel. Because it probably needs as much oomph as it can get. Sorry, I'm literally running to everyone's back. Yes, yes I do. Though, I mean, the i8's definitely kind of fallen out of favor, if it ever was in favor. I think it'll be one of those cars that in the future people look back on and go, that was kind of cool. But it's not especially good. I think so too. I really quite like this kind of spoiler side strake aerodynamic thing they've got going on with the rear lights and stuff. It's neat. And the front of the car looks cool too. And it's got a nice silhouette. I also like the i3 as well. I think that's a cool looking car. In a kind of quirky way. think I've seen 1 or 2 of them ever, an i8 in person. I could definitely count. I'm very confident I could count all the times I've ever seen this car in person on like a single hand. It is a shame that BMW didn't like keep up with it, you know? Use it as a kind of testbed show-off thing for their electric engines and stuff like that. Release a new i8. Yeah, absolutely it could. Or even like some sort of like Audi TT competitor Z4 kind of situation. Because it does have a very much like a Audi TT shape to it, even if it is maybe slightly larger. I just don't think it was given a fair shake. I feel like I read somewhere that they had plans to put out more i models when they released the i8, but for whatever reason they didn't come to fruition. As for the track, it was fine. Yeah. It's got the more normal, I guess you'd say, BMW nose. Yay, the drag car. Yeah, I mean, well, that's just because they've got the biggest face, right? Though I feel like it's more obnoxious on the M4s and I think the M3s too. I think it's partly because it's slightly more in proportion on the SUV than it is on the sedan or the coupe. Yeah, well, yeah, it does.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 100 meters, turn left. Horizon Arcade will begin shortly. Good luck.
Nope. Interesting air vent layout. Very driver-focused cockpit too, actually. Yeah, the SLK has really disappeared. I mean, currently the only roadster that's going to be, I think, on the market towards the end of this year is the MX-5, and probably the Z4 too. Oh, the Z4 as well is probably a better way to put it. Because the TT, that's gone. That hasn't been a roadster for a while. The SLK is gone.
Horizon Arcade will begin soon. Why not say hello to the other drivers whilst you wait?
I forgot about the A4 convertible. I forgot that the A4 got a... There was a, I think, an S4 for the 2006 RS4 that I really liked. There was an S4 convertible. I don't think they made an RS version. Or at least they didn't sell it down under. Yeah, well, that was the wild years. When they had the Murano and the Evoque, Range Rover Evoque convertibles, because they were like, why not?
Turn left.
Let's try something different. And then everyone was like, nah. Like, yeah, that was a joke. I wish Nissan had the balls to add the Nissan Micra into this game. I would pay good money to LS swap that thing. What are we doing? What are we driving? Let's get in the Clio RS. Why not? I mean, it's very optimistic to own a convertible in England, I feel like. ...2000s Beetle. I think it's foolish of Volkswagen to not have relaunched the Beetle as they've launched their electric cars. I think that would make perfect, like, poetic sense. You'd be like, here's our new electric cars. Also, check out this Beetle. It's electric, baby. Yeah, they did. So, like, I don't know why they ignored the Beetle. This feels so much tighter without the corners to run over him. I actually feel a little bit claustrophobic just being in this third-person camera. That's a bit better. Yeah, well, I don't know if a straight shortcut, but I definitely round the edges off of those corners a little bit. More than I was allowed to do here. Sorry, son. I literally can't see you in my rearview mirrors. Like, just thinking about it, I would say the same thing to Citroen. I would say it would be very sensible if you're looking to kind of launch your electric lineup. Launch it with the, a relaunch of the 2CV. I mean, Fiat kind of did it with the... Well, what do I mean kind of? They did do it with the Fiat 500e. I think it's just the Fiat 500 now. This is one of the weird hatchbacks that I have that I've rear wheel swapped because I secretly want to own a BMW 1 Series from like 2015. What's BL? It sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't place it. I mean, the absolute... Oh, British Leyland. Of course. I mean, it is disappointing that I didn't have that in Horizon 4 in any meaningful way. A British Leyland update. I mean, maybe they did and it just went on strike. I don't know. I still see a Rover, you know, admittedly from like one of the later ones from like 2006 around the place. And there was a Saab that I would see quite regularly, but I haven't seen it for a while. An incredibly good condition 9.5, I think it was. What makes it more unusual is this is a modern 9.5 as well. Like I think it was like one of the last ones they released. Well done, little Renault Clio. Yeah, I mean, it would have been. In a different world, I could definitely see myself owning a Saab. I quite like their kind of... I mean, I make no secret that I quite like the Scandinavian design and what have you, and I think I could get behind their idiosyncrasies of just almost being weird for weird's sake. I quite regularly see XCs, 60s and 90s. The Volvo, and I see quite a lot of Polestars as well. Because the area that I live in, for whatever reason, a lot of electric cars. A lot of Teslas. I mean, that kind of comes with the territory you work in, though, right? New sundress. Yeah, we'll send that as a gift. That'll be pretty bitching for someone. I'll send it to anyone. Enjoy. Comrade. Oh. Clearly it's something to boast about then. The horsepower figure. It's not normally the case in a Volvo. The one thing I don't like about modern Volvos is that everything's on a touchscreen. For the most part. And as we've mentioned before, not a huge fan of it. Of it all being on a touchscreen. Alright, let's get our dreams crushed. Let's take this online. Suppose it is. Well, hold on. No, isn't the DBS... Oh, yes, the older one. Yeah. The older Aston Martins did get their thing from Volvo, didn't they? Because they were both Fords. Yeah. Because I was thinking about the current touchscreens and the current in the current Volvos and the screens in the current Aston Martins. Because the Aston Martin screens are old Mercedes screens, if I remember correctly. Which is a bit of a jip, to be honest. Like, you'd want to... If I was Aston Martin, I'd try and get the you know, the current one. It is probably one of the few things that I would do tomorrow if I had the money. It would be to get a different head unit, a different radio for my car to get like Android Auto or whatever in the car. Because I'd be unsure about, you know, changing the wheels or, you know, upgrading the brakes, all that kind of stuff. Because it's a Hyundai Accent. But I think I'd pretty much be like, yeah, let's go straight away on the head unit. Yeah, and Clarion, Alpine, or a Blaupunkt, or a Sony one. The only trouble would be that I'd have to get a because I've done a little bit of research into it. I'd have to get a different front plate, fascia plate for the center console to accommodate it. But you know, that's just how it is. But I've seen you can also get, like on AliExpress or whatever, or even Amazon, you can get like little screens that you can put on top of the center console with Android Auto or whatever. Not a bad idea. I mean, you could even just do seat covers. Come on, you must be able to get custom seat covers. Ow, didn't quite nail that one. It's like a Jow Darky, except it's a seat cover. So it's just a Jow sitting in the seat. So you can go through carpool lanes or whatever. Once more, we are learning that the people that race in the trial and the people that race online, PvP, are a totally different kettle of fish. I mean, because I'd probably go with the car seat cover, because ultimately, if I did win the lottery, I probably wouldn't be sticking with a Hyundai Accent if I had a choice. As I mentioned, I could see myself in a M135 or M140. Nah, I don't think I could ever come at a Lamborghini. I think there's just so much hassle about it, right? Like, you have to really plan out your trips to, like, minimize speed bumps. Then there's just the maintenance fees. Petrol costs. Not to mention the fact that it's not that practical in terms of rear view, rear visibility, boot space. And as I mentioned before, you're not really going to use it properly. You know, you're going to basically be leaving hundreds of horsepower on the table just because you're accelerating to at most 110 kilometers an hour. If we're driving at the legal speed limit. More realistically, maybe 60 or 70. If there's any consolation, Shadow, I absolutely could as well. I could maybe come at, if we're talking supercars, I could maybe come at owning a NSX. Because basically I'd want to own a car. If I'm going to buy a car, I'm buying it to drive said car. I do not want to buy it as an investment. Or a garage princess or whatever. And I feel like I'd be a little bit too spooked owning a Lamborghini, taking it out, than I would, say, a BMW M140. Which is, frankly, let's be honest, probably more than fast enough for everyday use. And it's only, in air quotes, only got 200 and something kilowatts. Bold strategy, Cotton. Oh, we got some metagamers over here. In the long corner. I just feel like if I had a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, it'd be like owning a racehorse, right, and just riding it to work. The thing is, I don't really think I'd need to tow anything. I have never had a need to tow anything currently, and I'm not planning on doing one going forward. And ultimately, if I really needed to, I'd just hire a ute from a local hardware store or whatever. So you could tow your house to a different location. You'd be hard-pressed driving that around your English country roads. Not ideal. What's good? It's deleted that bug from existence. Yeah, I was thinking something similar. I'd be very tempted to own, what's it called? A GWM Aura, O-R-A. The little kind of electric car. It kind of, I guess, looks kind of like a Fiat 500s ran into a Volkswagen Beetle at speed. Yeah, nothing huge. There are plenty of actually Honda Fits, I think they're called. Honda Jazzes that have been imported from Japan that have made their way into the Facebook marketplace over here. Because they don't sell the Honda Jazz or Honda Fit, Honda Beat, whatever you want to call it, down here anymore. But if I had to buy one new, it'd be the GWM Aura or a Volkswagen Polo. I mean, they were pretty popular here too. At least I think they were. There's still a lot of them on the road, despite them not being sold anymore. They just went the same way as everyone else did and leaned heavily into the kind of crossover SUV side of things. The Honda Civic is now the smallest car they sell. And it's not a giant, obviously, but it's no Honda Jazz. What's good, Wasabi? How's the week treated you? I need to update that for this new setup we've got going on. Okay, thank you very much for the posture check. I will redeem that once we conclude this race. I will also stretch and get a drink. That's not a bad idea. Or even just like a glass with a straw that pops up from underneath. I mean, going forward with JAO 2.0, it's also possible to just have like a water thrown at them or something. Come on, TTS Labs, you can do it. Come on, buddy. Oh, what the hell? It didn't open up.
Bravo 6. Going down.
My name is Jeff.
Has TTS Labs deleted itself? I do not remember deleting TTS Labs. Okay, let me get a drink. We'll start with that. Oh, I mean, that's real JAO 3.0 hours there. Let's hop in a Ferrari. Okie dokie. Well, I'm sorry, Wasabi, but it looks like TTS Labs has died a death. I should turn off that redeem then if I can. I don't think I can. Not through that, at least. I will, of course, redeem you. I'll, like, give you back your points. Oh, Oakley Dokley? Also, my controller has not stopped vibrating since I finished the race. This is your daily reminder to remind you to This is your daily reminder to remind you to the reminder of the reminder you set to remind you of something. I don't think it was that killed it, but it may have been. How are you going, Wasabi, though? Outside of being blue-balled by my stream not giving you the TTS you wanted. I mean, a full mocap suit could be nice. I imagine it would get quite hot in summer. But they're also bloody expensive. Ideally, I'd try and like use, I don't know if you could, but I'd try and like have maybe an old Xbox Kinect. Maybe, I don't know, either one for the Xbox One or the 360. Set up behind me to kind of motion capture my arms and stuff from behind. Well, my apologies, Wasabi. It's not something I normally use, actually, as a phrase, so I don't quite know why I was like, that's a good phrase to use tonight. I mean, the behind the scenes of Jow HQ, I really need to try and like push through my executive dysfunction and clean up the place first, because it is a bit of a dump. I mean, it's also just not large. I am sitting less than a meter from my bed because it's just how large the bedroom is. And I don't really want to have it in the living room. I could if I had to. Yeah, I'll just commute. I mean, yeah, what you could rent out. You're right. You could rent out like office space or whatever. The Fox collab. I mean, I have mentioned on stream I do want to have a look at the Scottish Highlands or something. Yeah, I know what you mean, Wasabi. I've got a lot of stuff that's kind of just on the floor, but in such a way that I know where it is. I don't know if it's ADHD, primarily because I haven't been diagnosed with it, but I do suspect that it is at least adjacent. I have a tendency to, like, if I don't move something soon enough, that's where it lives. I have to act while the iron is hot, otherwise the iron cools off, and that's just how it's going to be. I think it's partly why I have trouble with stickers. Like, my new, in air quotes, computer is probably getting close to 2 years old at this point. And it's got a tempered glass side, and it's still got the sticker on it. Like the full glass sticker. Just because I haven't taken it off, and now it's part of the computer case. I would love to go up the dual carriageway in your Mercedes. That would be lovely. Hell, I could hitchhike with you in your truck. Four to the floor. And then you've also got the suspension of the chair as well. You'd feel nothing. Wow, I've got a real ringing in my left ear all of a sudden.
Who likes good news? Everyone? Then good news, everyone!
Welcoming in Technical Knockout Car Club. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, what? You can... I didn't actually know that. I mean, it makes sense, but I had no idea you could do that. You can dial in the weight. It makes perfect sense. But yeah, that would be so comfortable. That's like proper race car performance stuff, right? Dialing in the driver or the passenger's weight so it doesn't, you know, change the balance. But in this case, it's so that the chair knows how much bounce to give you. Because I imagine if I probably weigh, much to my displeasure, about 100 kilos, give or take. If I, you know, punched it into like 200, I imagine if I went over a particularly bad bump, I'd be launched out of my chair. But that expects a lot more resistance. Oh, we got more people. I didn't notice. I wasn't paying attention. There goes the Bangle 5 Series. Oh, a lot of BMWs turned up, actually. Not good. I wasn't sure if I'd make it around that, and we didn't. So that happened. I hope Adland treated you well, chat. We're all inspired to go out and watch the new Garfield movie coming out soon, or whatever is being advertised. New Garfield movie, I mean, I'm probably not its target audience, I'll be honest. But it just doesn't really appeal to me visually. The style's not that great. Oh, I remember you talking about the Gillette Intimate ad. For a while in Australia, we were getting an ad over and over again about a sex therapist's podcast on audible.com. And frankly, I don't want to know about it, and why is this being advertised all the damn time? Also, I am pretty much like a 7 on the scale of 1 to 10 tiredness. The Mountain Dew I had is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yes, evidently. But it was almost literally every ad break. It was like, I'm whatever her name was, I can't remember now. Rebecca Ferguson, I think it was. And I'm the sex therapist Rebecca Ferguson. This is my podcast where I talk about, I don't know, sex therapist stuff. Like, cool. I'm glad for you, ma'am. What if it's still going? I don't have Audible though, so I don't particularly care. Wow, that was a big one. All right, what whip? Break out the limousine. Would be funny. We were talking about the SLK. Let's break out the SLK. I've discovered and kind of resigned myself to the fact that I really only listen to one thing. I don't really listen to music. I listen to podcasts, and specifically one podcast, the My Brother and Me podcast. I listen to that, and that's basically it. The only TV I watch, I've mentioned before that I work basically down the road from where my parents live and where I used to live. And because when I first started, I lived at home, and specifically on the first day, I didn't really expect to be going to work in the proper sense, so I didn't take any I don't know, money or like lunch with me, so I just went home for lunch, and I've kind of never stopped doing that. So I go home for lunch, and that means the only TV I watch is there. Gee, we're all rubbish at taking this corner. So it's about 2 p.m, so lunchtime TV. And the only ads at lunchtime, or, you know, early afternoon TV, is funeral ads, insurance commercials, for like life insurance in particular, or like income insurance. Funeral insurance also makes quite a big appearance. But they're clearly expecting older people. Disability lawyers, so the unemployed as well. I have seen a few like mobile game ads. Like there was a mobile slot machine game I saw advertised the other day. That and a lot of like cruises, like European river cruises, are big with the Australian retiree, if you believe the commercials. Basically, you know, are you out of work or whatever? It's someone else's fault. A lot of no cost, no fees. I mean, that's the worst part, when you just get the same commercial over and over again. It's like, ugh. Sometimes it's not too bad if it's like a good commercial, but 9 times out of 10 they're not. Yeah, ambulance chases. Jared Malouf and Partners is one of the big offenders in terms of advertising for that kind of thing. Because I guess their thinking is, well, it's only retirees, probably stay-at-home mums, or stay-at-home parents, but normally, let's be honest, stay-at-home mums, and the unemployed / recently disabled. Because outside of that, like, hour or so of TV that I watch over lunch, I don't really watch TV at all. Because I can't actually... I haven't been able to get the antenna to work on my TV here at Jow HQ. So... I don't feel like I'm missing out on much. And frankly, for better or worse, I mostly play video games of an evening. I share a Netflix account with my parents, and they mostly use it. And because of Netflix's infinite wisdom and their crackdown on password sharing, I can't use that anymore. I mean, that's sensible. To, like, you know, record it and then use it later. That was definitely one of the big advances of like the late 2000s. Gotta get the wrestling on. WrestleMania. Are you a wrestling fan, Wasabi, or more of an extreme sports fan? I'm unsure what the X Games is. Like, it is an extreme sports thing, but I don't know if it's also a... Yeah, okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was also some sort of WWE thing. I didn't really know wrestling existed, not really, until I was like a teenager. So it wasn't really, well, at least when I was growing up, it didn't really have like a free-to-wear presence in Australia. Dew Tour. I'm imagining that's Mountain Dew. What is the Dew Tour? Because I know what X Games would be in Red Bull and what have you, but I don't know what Dew Tour, because I only associate Mountain Dew with like Call of Duty and stuff, probably to the detriment of the Mountain Dew brand. Good old recording things to VHS tapes. A simpler time. That's how I was first introduced to like James Bond and stuff. My mother, bless her soul, would record, it was on, Channel 7, and she'd slap in a VHS tape and record it for me. Okay.
More power, baby.
Oopsie daisy. Yeah, it's actually astonishing how much customization you can go into in some of those WWE games. Like, you can get really deep, particularly around the face. Not so much around the body, but you can get really into the face of some of those characters. My only exposure to that has mostly been Monster Factory videos where they just really mess them up. I do have a WWE game in the old Steam library. Probably a couple of years old at this point. I don't know which one it is precisely. I could check if I was actually bothered. Let's check. WW 2K2023. Okay, pretty recent. A lot more recent than I thought it would be. I mean, I'm not a big sports game player. I've only really ever dabbled a little bit at like friends' houses in like Madden or FIFA or whatever. But I feel like the WWE games have really maintained that vibe that the games had in like the 2000s, where you could like take a photo of your face and import it into the game. I don't know if that's still a thing, or that like level is still a thing. Not a fan of the old CM Punk A Shadow. Well, that sounds like a great wrestling match. Who knows, Wasabi? Maybe he just doesn't like him. But how much of that is like the character, right? Like, is he, what is it, a heel? I don't know why they're called a heel, but is it the bad guy one? The real him. Okay. I'm not up on wrestling. I know of CM Punk, but outside of that, you've got John Cena. Know of him. The Undertaker. Know of him. The Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. know of him. And, oh, Macho Man Randy Savage, of course. I principally know him for Spider-Man and, Bethesda mods where he gets put into, like, not truck drivers, dragons and, like, death claws. I was looking at chat. No, please. Damn it. Well, we've got a pretty good chance of not coming last. I'm pleased with that. Oh, maybe. No, wait, that guy's in 9th place. We're alright. Come on, supercharger. I honestly don't know what happened there. I think we lost. Yeah, just. That's gonna be bloody close though. Oh, it was like 0.03 of a second. That's crazy close. I think that might be the closest I've ever seen. There you go. CM Punk is not very punk. Do we know what CM stands for? Is it like Clinic Masters or something like that? Yeah, that makes sense. Glutton for punishment. Let's go back in. At the MR2, maybe. Got pretty good stats. So do you guys, I mean, this is all news to me. Do you guys have a favorite wrestler? Someone that you go for? Is that a thing? Imagine it is. Someone that you barrack for? Also, wasabi, I'm finally getting those stretches in. Oh, that feels good. Oh. I mean, I've heard similar things about Dwayne. Not that he would ever claim to be Punk, but apparently he's a real egotist. Ooh. Bit of air there. I hope it's Charles Montgomery. That'll be a very funny wrestling name. And also, probably the least punk of all. CM Punk is whatever you feel it, whatever it needs to be at the time. Charlie the Punkhead. It sounds like a Dennis the Menace kind of cartoon or whatever. Don't do it, Charlie. Oh, Charlie, you're such a punk. Welcome back, Shadow. We were just pitching a Dennis the Menace style show called Charlie the Punkhead. Oh, damn it. Actually, we're driving the correct side of the road. Hell yeah. Oh, with American goods, I hope. What have you gotten from across the pond? No, that's a house. Fifth. I had total confidence. Totally knew it would be alright. Butterfingers are pretty choice. Out of all the American candies, Butterfingers are my fave. T-shirt. Well, it sounds like a very good care package. For some reason, I have grown in like the last couple of weeks to really quite like peanut butter and chocolate. On my toast, it takes a little bit longer, but I've been putting peanut butter and then Nutella. Because I'm a classy fox like that, so, you know, I sometimes put 2 spreads on my thing. That's alright, that just means that you won't eat my toast, I guess. But I would have thought the same, but for some reason, I can't remember why, I did it when I was sick and can't rate it. I'm lucky enough, I don't use it as much as I should, but I'm lucky enough that my mother loves to, well, maybe not loves to, but can make a very good jam. I think she made recently a load of kumquat and pear jam, I think. So personally, her pear and passion fruit is the best one. I mean, that's just because he's sending you American goods. The Napoleon Dynamite gum. The first time I ever heard about it was in a YouTuber called Ice Cream Sandwich. He's a cartoon comic maker YouTuber. And he was doing a thing about his experience with sports and how he liked Big League Chew. Yeah, he's great. He's great. But that was the first and until just now, only experience or exposure to Big League Chew. Yeah, I was gonna say that's just standard American food. That's the problem. I keep forgetting you lived overseas. I actually have not had an ice cream sandwich before. And now I can't, obviously, because of the gluten intolerance. They do look like they'd be alright. Actually, no, maybe I have. Because in Australia, there's an ice cream, like an individual ice cream you can buy in the fridge at a corner store or whatever, called a Maxibon? Or Maxbon? Maxibon. Which is half just like a slab of ice cream with chocolate coating, and on the other side, it's a slab of ice cream between two pieces of biscuit. So I guess it is an ice cream sandwich, or at least partially. But we were talking about as a YouTuber or a internet personality called Ice Cream Sandwich. He's a comic artist. Kind of like Odd Ones Out. I think that's the more kind of well-known, or Jaden Animations. Yeah, that was great. I mean, all of his videos are very good. The other one, I think he's a friend of his, or like maybe a joke enemy of his, is a YouTuber called Noodle. Because I was going to say one of my favorite videos of ice cream sandwiches is his door review video. And Noodle's review of the door review video is also very good. I mean, I think definitely the last part is correct to that statement, Wasabi. Americans are seen by much of the world as very, very rambunctious and kind of loud, basically. I mean, that's partly the weather, though, Shadow. I feel like. Just because it's so wet over there. Buffer lip what? The Blitz. What was it, that Blitz mentality that I heard so much about from Boris Johnson during the COVID lockdown? Watch me squander this pole position. Trying to think. Maybe. Oh, what was that? Yeah, well, unfortunately that wasn't unique to the British situation. Scott Morrison, or Scotty for marketing as he was called down here, didn't do too much better. He at least didn't have the parties, but he had been very relaxed about acquiring vaccines And then, because we hadn't had COVID in any meaningful capacity for a while, Melbourne had it in 2020, but 2021 we were all kind of just vibing. And then Sydney got it in, I want to say like July or August of 2021. And because we didn't lock down properly, we gave it to Melbourne, the second largest city in Australia. Actually, it might be the largest now. So the two largest cities in all of Australia, almost like 10 million people got locked down. And it wasn't, and well, it wasn't entirely Scott Morrison's fault, but he certainly didn't help. And after all of the stuff he had not done during the bushfires, there was very little in terms of like sympathy or rope left that he could, like, you know, do anything with. Yeah, no, I remember that too. It was always just so quiet. I remember at the beginning of the pandemic when things were particularly uncertain. And like petrol was down to like 80 cents a litre. Because I guess basically no one knew if they were ever going to be driving cars anywhere again. We went on petrol rations. But was that because of a supply problem or because of a trying to keep everyone from going places situation? I honestly don't know. We were on toilet paper rations. Because everyone was... I don't think that was unique to Australia. I think England did it too. I don't know if America had it quite as much. But for some reason, the Anglosphere was like, toilet paper is the solution to this problem that we are facing. I don't know why, I don't know how, but this toilet paper will pull me through this pandemic, and this alone will allow me to survive. Which, as people pointed out on the TV, was weird because it was quite literally one of the few products that we make. We make toilet paper locally. We don't necessarily make, I don't know, sanitary gloves or masks here. Not at the start of the pandemic, at least. But we make toilet paper, so we're not going to run out. And also, quite frankly, you can just have a shower afterwards, guys. I'm not going to lie, it's not like I would prefer to have toilet paper, but ultimately, you can just have a shower afterwards. I think we were down to 2. Oh, that also in pasta and rice. It was those 3 products were going to save Western civilization from the end times. Yeah, I mean, newspaper, leaves. I mean, in an absolute pinch, you just do the diaper situation. Use a towel and throw that bad boy right in the washing machine. Job's a good one. I wasn't. Sorry, let me rephrase. I'm not insinuating that you wear it as a diaper, merely that you just wipe with it. No, I could not wear a diaper either. Unless I absolutely had to for, like, medical or, you know, space exploration, or I'm a jet fighter pilot for some reason. But ideally, no. I would not like to sit in my filth if I could avoid it, thank you. Ew. Ow. Ow, double ow. That was a weird time. 2020. Well, we had you know, a lot of shops closed, obviously, when we had the lockdown in 21. But the two that were open, like, guaranteed, was the supermarket and the bottle shop. They were both deemed as, like, essential services. And I hadn't really paid attention to it, but
I'm on power, baby.
part of the reason that the bottle shop was still open is because if you're an alcoholic and you suddenly go cold turkey, you could literally die. So they kept it open. If I remember correctly, was it the case in the 21 lockdown? In the 2020 kind of... We had a lockdown of sorts in 2020 because no one really quite knew what to do. So there was a little bit... It wasn't quite official per se, but it was kind of like, yeah, everyone, we should maybe stay home for a little bit. The supermarkets opened earlier for older people, so the old people could get in first, if I remember correctly. In 21, you could only go, in the 21 lockdown, in theory, you could only go out once to the supermarket a day. So I think that was, I guess, part of the... But I don't remember there being any especially age-based restrictions on supermarket attendance, but I might be wrong there. Oh, bollocks. Oh, come on. Well, my roommate and I would take turns because, in theory, I should have rephrased before. I kind of forgot. Your household was only allowed to go to the shops once a day. So if you had... And obviously they were encouraging as few people from a household to go at once. So if I went, my roommate couldn't go that day. And vice versa. So we would alternate and take turns. Then on a Saturday, because we were city was locked down based on council areas for the most part. Well, that didn't go well at all, did it? Because my mum and I live in the same council area, we go for a walk on a Saturday. Yeah, smart. I would normally try and go around the middle of the day, just because that was kind of a lunch break of sorts, because I was working from home. Oh, so you just kind of didn't really change your work conditions. My roommate worked from home. That was his default position as well. Though he did apparently enjoy having someone else at home during the workday with him. Actually, that's an even closer one. That's 0.01. That's 0.005. That's very close. I've mentioned before, but for the second lockdown for us, you could just feel it coming in the wind, or at least I could. Numbers were going up. The measures they were taking were clearly not working. And were frankly a little bit half-assed. So I bought a computer just before it locked down. So I could count it as a work expense. Woo! Got a 3080. Thank you, taxpayer. I was frankly lucky to work from home though, because I've got friends who do the same job as me basically, and they had to work at the office, which would have sucked. Because, I mean, obviously there were a lot of not great parts about the lockdowns. But I really enjoyed working from home. Bollocks. It may have also just been because the boss didn't quite expect as much, because, you know, it's a little bit of a desperate time. But I did like working from home. I mean, my mental health was just not good, full stop. I'd only just started medicating for like depression and anxiety. So it got better coming out of that, but well, I was lucky I didn't get too much cabin fever, because I had the walks with mum on a Saturday. Every Tuesday night, admittedly it was via, you know, a Zoom call or whatever, I'd have a Bible study. And then almost every other Sunday, I would have to, or get the opportunity to, commute to church to help with the remote church service. So I was lucky to be able to get out of the house and out and about. Bit more than maybe some others were. I think and I also had a roommate as well, which was helpful. I think my brother found it tough because he was living on his own. In fact, he moved in 2 days before the lockdown. Because the lockdown started on Monday. And it was it was announced on the Saturday. And I was helping him move in with a couple of other friends. We huddled around someone's phone as we watched the state premier give a press conference announcing, hey guys, not going great. We're going to be locking down. No, it's definitely a benefit having a roommate. It's still something I do miss to an extent. Part of the reason the Chow HQ, and particularly the wider Chow HQ outside of the battle station here, is a bit of a dump, is because it's only inconveniencing your boy. I maintained a much tidier ship when I was inconveniencing other people as well with my mess, and not just your boy. Because, because I don't have a particularly high self-esteem about myself, I don't particularly care that I'm inconveniencing myself. What else do we want to do? Yeah, well, it's more in the galley and the officers' mess. DeLorean, maybe? Oh, the IDTT is actually pretty sick. Then again, there is a lot of clothes on the floor in the old boudoir/comm center. The weekends are not long enough. I feel like I leave it all on the court during the work week. That I come home and I'm just like, oh. And I barely recover by the time Monday rolls around or the next morning. Yeah, which is part of the reason why I'd probably never actually get a fursuit. I mean, outside of the obvious cost that everyone complains about, I don't know if I have the wherewithal to do all the maintenance and keep it in good, proper order. I mean, I have trouble maintaining the like boots that I wear. The RM William boots that I have for work. And that's just polishing. A fursuit is a lot more work. Can't stream well, I mean, at that point it'd just be a just chatting stream or whatever, right? I'd get some sort of like head cam for the jowl head and just be me brushing it and chatting with the barracks. Yeah, stick on some lo-fi, get to work, get down to business. Defeat the Hun. Where would the streamer community as a whole be without lo-fi music? It'd be a much quieter website, Twitch, if we didn't have lo-fi. I'll do it. It's rough out there, being a Mexican, just trying to get to work. Taxidermy. Well, Wasabi, I mentioned it in a previous stream. I saw a fursuiter who had underneath of the suit had like a morph suit, those kind of head to toe things, normally in like lime green or whatever, but this one was like flesh textured and colored, so when they took off their head it was like they were skinning themselves, which was pretty metal. But as I've mentioned before, on a lighter note, I don't think I'd actually go for a full fursuit. It'd just be like a head and tail, which is partly why Zhao is designed how he is. Because I don't particularly... No, I don't even know if that... I think it'll just be some sort of glove situation. Because of the metal hands and metal plantigrade feet. It'll just be pretty much your boy's hands and feet, maybe in shoes or something. Ugh. Yeah, that's Guadalcanal for you, whatever it's called. Always forget the name of this damn place. I've never particularly liked the cartoony style of most fursuits. I've mentioned this before. I'm not a fan of the inherently oversized proportions that they just have to be because of, you know, you're fitting something else inside of it. Oh, damn it, didn't quite make it. I much prefer the more Asian or Japanese style of, like, particularly fursuit head, where it's much tighter to the skull, it looks like. It's probably a lot more uncomfortable or hotter, but it looks, to my eyes, it looks more like how it would look if that wolf man or that... I was looking at the chat. Or that fox man or whatever was real. I'd be interested to know how much similarity there is between a digigrade suit and walking in heels. I don't know. In terms of like, how do ladies which have more experience walking in heels have an easier time doing the whole fursuiting thing? Because they're kind of a bit more adept or used to walking in a uncertain manner. Interesting. I guess so. I guess you're right. I don't know if you guys remember, but or if you encountered it, but about a month ago, there was a dark wolf, like a black wolf, just walking down the road in I think New York City. Like dark wolf fursuit, waiting for bus. Just like the bus stop. Sorry, it's because I was tapped out. I was trying to find what I was looking for. What I was blabbing about. No luck. Probably somewhere deep in my Twitter bookmarks. You give your first suit like a Zimmer frame that the old people have with the wheels in the front. Well, that was almost dangerous, Joe. Getting too eager on the corner cuts. I think that'll just be really kind of dividing, you know? Not in terms of like what's the word? Like stylistically or whatever, but just like sorry. I think it would be bad because it would be dividing them up along stylistic lines, and I don't know if there'd be that many on the real side necessarily. I think you'd be splitting up an already small community. Get him! No, I mean, I don't know. They are accepted into the furry community after all. I mean, look at protogens, for example. I forgot to stop the ads. Herbs. Herbs. Yay, anime car 1. Always anime car. I'll do one more so it's not just ads and then finish. That would be rude. Ugh. I mean, realistic Sonic, the first iteration was already rough enough. Why the hell not? Let's take out the TVR Cigaris. Why not? Let's live a little. I mean, also, I feel weird, like talking about or talking for the furry community as a relatively new inductee, and one who's probably not going to really interact with it in any realistic way, in any real IRL way, anytime soon. Might be the slowest, but we are the coolest. Didn't quite nail that at all. That was close for transit. Welcome back from the ads, Wasabi. And you too, Shadow, I presume. I presume you both arrived at basically the same time. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I mean, it's if it's going to be basically a representation of your persona, you got to do it right? Do it once, do it right. And particularly for the amount of money you're going to be spending on it, whether it's wrong or right, you might as well do it properly. Forza Sputterfort. Hi, I'm Alex Game Dev, from the developers of Forza Sputterfort, here to deliver you the newest Forza Sputterfort update news. It is always cool when you have people do that kind of stuff. Add in just things that aren't the usual. It's not just fur and, you know, kind of beans and pads and what have you. Little other things. Even better. Even better. We love a rationalized decision in design up in this channel. Don't get me wrong, that there is something cool about just going, I thought it looked neat. But if you can back it up by saying, and this is why it's in the design, even better. That'd be sick. I really need to get around to, I mean, obviously, again, this is all time. I need to get around to doing something for my, just any art piece of my Sona, outside of the Hero Forge website, which is an absolute godsend, but has its limitations. Let's just go back outside for a little bit before we become corporeal. Now we can go back inside. So much darker in the cockpit then. A lot darker. 11. Zombie time? No, zoomie time. Or worst possible scenario, zoomie zombies. Like from 28 days or 28 weeks later. which is supposedly getting a sequel 28 years later. Don't worry. I can see how you would make the mistake. That's my fault for not clarifying it. 28 miles later. The Fast and Furious zombie film we've all waited for. I do a little bit as well. But I think of them more as like infected rather than zombies per se. That I didn't think about that, but you're right. It could be a Eminem themed zombie film. Eminem is vacationing in England. And oh no, what's this? An outbreak of running zombies? Armed only with a microphone and his ability to drop fat rhymes at pretty quick speed. Michael Mavis, is that his name? Eminem has to fight off zombies and save England. Marshall Mathers, thank you. Fat rhymes at key times. That could be the slogan. Fat rhymes save lives. No, it doesn't quite work as thick thighs save lives. I'm looking forward to the film released in 2280, 28 decades later. Where it's, you know, in the future, Mars is colonized. But gosh darn it, the English still get virus outbreaks every now and then. I'm not even going to attempt to rap that, Wasabi, because I am not Eminem. Actually, much to Shadow's disgust, probably, I have only seen 28 Days Later, I think, as a zombie film. I think that's the only zombie film I've ever seen. Oh, except, of course, for Shaun of the Dead. The classic. The piece de résistance of zombie films. I remember you talking about how you were a big fan of the old, like, Hammer horrors and what have you. It is, I mean, Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz are probably among my favorite films. I think Hot Fuzz more than Shaun of the Dead. Welcoming in Silent the Kobold. There we go.
Everyone,
took a while to trigger.
Good news, everyone.
Commodore. I mean, out of the two, it'd be the Commodore for me. I was always a bit more of a Holden man. Nuh-uh. Maybe I'll whisper it into the mic. Holden Commodore. And Inadequate wasn't even here for that beauty. I am too scared about the fact that I'm almost certain there's a baby that lives just on the other side of the wall in this apartment block. And I don't want to wake them or cause them any distress. Yeah, I hope he's not having a rough time at work, because I remember him saying he was not loving it. Hopefully he'll make an appearance tomorrow night. I mean, it's a limited category in the first place, right? Forza Horizon, not a huge population of people streaming it. People with the furry category, even less people streaming it. People that know what a Holden Commodore is, even less again. How are you doing, by the way, Silent? How's the cold board life treating you? Oh, good choice. I mean, it was a good whisper, Wasabi. We'll do one more online round just to spend a bit more time with the new arrivals. Then I might call it there. That'll be early Saturday morning, probably. It depends. Could be saying good job, for example, rather than you're getting court-martialed or whatever. Yeah. It'll probably be about 4 hours by the time we wrap this bad boy up. He's an excitable kobold. Maybe the M3. You're playing with a wheel. I played it with a wheel once and it just didn't, I don't know, vibe with me. The M5. Yeah, what the hell. It just didn't, it wasn't simulator enough to kind of make the wheel worth it, in my opinion. Interesting if true, Wasabi. We just have to wait, and I'll have to at some point, maybe not this stream, maybe other streams, at some point I will have to implement more ASMR and see if it causes 11 to appear and comment. And then over a period of time, with, you know, we'll have control groups and stuff separately, we can then figure out for certain scientifically as if it was that pulled them out or if it was something else. So I'm pitching to the university that we need a wider data set, exactly 11, to truly understand the phenomenon at work here. As such, I'm asking for a grant of, I'm going to say $100,000 and at least one PhD student to help out. What? Ooh, rough time. No, my pallets. Well, I mean, I guess take the compliment, right? You're like, yes, I am very wise. Of course, the update. It'd be interesting to see what it is. I saw a clip from The Matrix Reloaded, specifically the highway scene today, and it made me realize I need to rewatch those films. I mean, it could be interesting. I didn't particularly like the cars of this update, but the last update was quite good. How many hours until the update, Cobalt? Oh, Silent, sorry. I mean, I won't be watching the live stream because I'll be asleep. I feel like I've been running on fumes for the last 3 days. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, that's what I mean. Silent. How long until the stream? As of now, because it'll basically on the hour. I actually haven't broken out the Mustang. Because I just saw it as another Mustang, and we've already got quite a few of those. But maybe I should have a look at it. Okay, so in 2 hours time then. Okay. In Australia, at least, they're probably a little bit overrated, but I think that's partly because there was just so much pent-up demand. When they finally released a Mustang in Australia, everyone was just like, oh, thank goodness! I can finally have the midlife crisis I always wanted to. I can buy a Mustang. I mean, I could, and let's be honest, probably will live happily without a Mustang in my life. I mean, some of them do, but that's definitely... The zeitgeist of design has definitely moved away from looking older. Alright, thank you. Thank you, Silent. I will not be awake. Better not be. If I am, I'll get 11 to come over and chloroform me or something. Assuming she's awake. Probably watch a YouTube video tomorrow morning to catch up on it. That's my default for that. Oh, don't, please. Sounds like some sort of Israeli torture technique that they're using with Palestinian doctors or something. I mean, a wide body is always nice. We do love a pair of birthing hips on our cars. I think it might have been because of Transformers, but I do quite like the Camaro a bit more than a Mustang. The thick kit. Why aren't they called thick kits? That's a good point. A real missed marketing opportunity there by Liberty War. Here's our new thick kit for the Nissan Skyline. Because then they could easily tell you how thick it was. This is a thick pick. Thick. Well, it would be problematic for me, apparently. Thick kit. With one seat, and then it's quite narrow. But if it's a thick kit with 3 Cs, then it's quite wide. Yeah, probably. Is there an option for Liberty Walk for your car, though? Shadow? I mean, obviously Brabus, because it's a Mercedes. Okay, interesting. Hold on a second. What are you rewinding me for? Oh, it's just a tooltip? Caused me to crash, tooltip. I want to get a Liberty Walk body kit on a Smart for 2. Oh, the Bug-Eye Subaru Impreza is the best one. I'm going to be honest. If it's the one I'm thinking of. I mean, anything's better in the state version. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm thinking of the square headlight one, like the Squircle one, which kind of has like a round notch sticking out of it. Maybe that's the one. Oh, 2004 one, I think, is probably the one I'm thinking of. I think. Maybe? The one before the aeroplane looking one. What's the aeroplane kind of grill that they had for a couple of years? I read an article about the 22B. Some mob in England had bought a bunch of not 22Bs, but like of similar era Imprezas, and they were converting them into what a modern 22B would be. It was interesting. Let's have a look real quick. That's the ticket. Yep, that's the one. I think it's primarily because that was the one that was in like all the rally comps when I was becoming aware of cars and what have you. This looks a bit more rough and tumble as well. I guess because it's got a kind of squarer physique, posture, whatever you want to call it. There you go. I mean, jokes on all of these guys. I'm the only one that could bring your entire family along for the race. Oh yeah, classic. It is weird that Subaru is no longer in, or at least wasn't for a very long time. I don't know if they've come back in the WRC, the World Rally Championship. I've said it before, but it kind of makes the WRX kind of feel a bit weird, in my opinion. Oh, that looks like it's Shadow over there, and there's SL65. Speelix. I never, says Shadow. The nerve of some... Oh, the pain of it all. That dear creature, abused in such a way. It must be saved. Given a home, a loving family, a paint job that is appropriate. Forza 15. We beat Forza 15, the sequel to this game. I mean, I'm all right with losing to a Carrera GT. There's definitely worse cars to lose to than a Carrera GT. Hey, and it wasn't for nothing either. That's all right, Wasabi. I'm just about to raid out. If you want to stick around for that, you can. Once we've raided in, you can go your merry way. But I appreciate you staying around for as long as you did. Now we're just going to hang out for a little bit in the void over here. Luckily my room is not bright enough so I don't have to look at my reflection because that would be rough. I would not vibe with that very much. Sounds like a very luxurious afternoon for you there, Shadow. Very luxurious indeed. Now, who am I going to throw you at? Indeed. I think probably Kusaki Desu. Old reliable. At the same time, mani pedi and a glass of brandy. There's none especially worthwhile, I don't think, in the Horizon 5 category. Osaki. They're currently playing Resident Evil 4. All right, we're going to raid out. If you could stick around for the raid, I would appreciate it immensely. It's always a pleasure having slightly higher numbers. All right. Thank you very much for joining me tonight, gamers. If you want to keep up to date with your boy outside of stream, check out my Twitter, Blue Sky, or Threads for updates about the stream. Except for Fridays. For some reason, I'm just not good at putting up Friday updates. And of course, my Instagram, TikTok, and Clip Manager YouTube channel for funny clips from previous streams. And the CommanderJow.card for all of the above in a slightly different format. And of course, check out the Discord to communicate and chat outside of the stream. Now, I will be live again tomorrow night in about 20 hours. Oof. In about 20 hours, we will be playing some Car Mechanic Simulator 2021. And just kind of probably a bit more chatting and that kind of stuff. And yeah, until then, I hope you have a good end of your week and start of your weekend, depending where you are in the world. Enjoy your mani-pedis, if that is what you were doing, your glasses of brandy, your Transformers videos. Let's go say hi to Kusaki and see how this Resident Evil's treating him. All right, cheerio.
You know what? You make